This is Drip Made Live. My name is Jeremy Jackson. I am coming to you live from the great state of Kansas in a little patch of heaven. Tonight, whoa, hold on. We're going to have a little bit of a rocky start here. Okay. All right, tonight, for the very first time, we are coming to you live on 4 different platforms using some new streaming software, so bear with me. There might be some kinks, probably going to be a little rough, but we're going to get going. So, if you want to find me anywhere, you can follow me at DripMadeLive on X, on Rumble, on Facebook, and on YouTube now. So, check me out there, follow me on your favorite platform, and hopefully we'll add a few more as we go. Possibly Twitch. I don't know, that's more of a gaming platform, but hey, it might be interesting to try it out. We'll probably be going to Instagram soon, so if you have an Instagram account, you can watch us there too. Also at DripMadeLive. So anywhere you can find me at DripMadeLive. So let's do some housekeeping here. Let's talk about, number 1, what we're going to work on tonight. Number 2, what we're going to work on in the next coming streams and the streaming schedule. And a couple of thank yous. So, tonight we are working on, let's start with this guy. We're going to start with this. We're going to be setting a sapphire, purple sapphire. Whoops, wrong mounting. Here we go. We're going to be setting a purple sapphire in a little basket mounting with melee on the sides. This purple sapphire weighs 0.83 carats. It's a little on the pink side, so if you watched, I believe, episode 4, we worked on a beautiful, beautiful purple sapphire. This one is a little more pink. It doesn't have that lilac color. I'd still call it a purple sapphire, or we're going to be setting it in this mounting here. So, that's coming up. The next thing we'll work on is a little basket setting. Just something simple. Alright. Just something simple here. Little basket setting with a natural diamond. That diamond weighs 1.2 carats. And we will get there shortly. And we have a big guy. This is going to be a pair in a basket halo setting in yellow gold. This pair is a tourmaline. It weighs 4.3 carats. Pretty large stone here. And like I said, we're going to be setting it in that mounting. Turn it around here. This is a beautiful, kind of pinkish tourmaline. It's got a little bit of red to it. Now in person, it looks a little pinker than it does on the stream. But if we take a couple other camera angles, we might you might get a feel for it. As the stone turns around, you'll get, because of the way these stones form, you might get a slightly different color as it turns. Beautiful stone. It's going to go in this mounting. Okay. All right. You can chat on any of the streams. Drop me a question, anything you want answered about jewelry generally. The tools that I use, the stones that I'm setting, the mountings that I'm working on, any questions at all, I'd be happy to answer those. Throw them in chat. Different platforms, different chat positions, but put them in there and I will be happy to answer your questions. Or if you have a question about anything at all, I'd be happy to answer it. So if you're just joining us for the very first time, the purpose behind my my stream here is threefold. We've got three things that we want to accomplish with this. Number one, it's to educate about the jewelry process, the techniques we use, the tools we use, educate about the process just as a whole. I had a professor in gemology. He might be out there somewhere. Hopefully he'll watch at some point. But he said that as a jeweler, it's not just your job to make jewelry; it's your job to educate the public about making jewelry and about the process. That increases awareness and just how the industry works, and it increases interest too in what we do and how we do it. So I really appreciate his insight, and I want him to know, if he's watching, that part of what I'm doing is inspired by him. So thank you, Mr. Underwood. Okay. Also, I do want to throw a thank you to my beautiful wife, Lindsay. She's been so supportive on this process. It's been a rocky road, but we keep doing it better every time. And she's out there with our newborn right now, hopefully listening. But Lindsay, thank you so much for being so supportive on this, and we're going to do it our best. Okay. So thank you to everybody out there that's watching. I'm just going to check and make sure we are live everywhere. It looks like it. If you're joining me for the first time through any other platform, you can get the best updates, the best notifications either on YouTube or Rumble. Rumble, I think, is going to be my home. We may do part of the stream on YouTube and then move over to Rumble eventually, just to kind of ease over there. I think it's a better platform in general. There's a little bit more flexibility on what you can say and what opinions you can have. So that's what I'd like to do. So if you're following on anywhere, give me a follow, give me a like. It really helps with the algorithms, and it lets me know that you value what I'm doing. I hope someone out there does. Okay. All right. So let's get started. We're going to mount up the we're going to mount up the little sapphire first, that little pinkish purple sapphire. Okay. So it may take me a minute to get there. I'm going to be watching chat as I go, so throw your chats in. I would be absolutely thrilled to answer them. Let me pop on over here. Whoop. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. So let's chuck this up. I just realized that I talked about our threefold purpose and then only talked about one of our folds. So threefold purpose. Number one is to educate about the industry and the tools. Number two is to answer your questions about this process. So feel free to ask any of the any questions you might have about it. And that they don't have to be educated questions. If you're new to the industry, new to the processes, I am happy to explain anything. Any of the tools you see around me, I can give you a primer on how they work, what we use them for, what we don't use them for, and what they're best used for. Let's see, what did we drop here? Okay, let's go with this guy. Just getting our piece mounted up. And our third fold is to entertain. So if I can do that, I've done my job. Maybe that should be my most important task here, but I want to entertain, educate, and answer questions. So, all right, going to our close-up cam here. Let's take a look at what we're working with. So this is going to be a 4-prong mounting. We'll set our stone in here just to take a quick look at it. With this light, I'm going to need a little bit more, I think. There you go. Okay. Pretty little ring. Let's see what it weighs. Okay, we have 18 round melee diamonds that weigh 0.11 carats. So about 1/10 of a carat, a little more. And it is in 14 karat white gold. Let's see if I can get a better focus here. Okay. It's going to be in 14 karat white gold. And our purpose with this one is just to set that center stone. And one more time, that is a 0.83 carat oval sapphire. Okay. We're going to take a look at that in the microscope. Well, I guess I should leave the stone in there. Take a look at that in the microscope. You can see what I'm working with here. It's a little bit bright to get started. There we go. Very pretty color. Looks a little pinker in daylight. And it looks like it's going to fit our mounting really well. So, we will get to that. You can kind of see the melee setting here. I'm going to give you a better close-up. Okay, and this would be kind of your standard micro-prong setting. Most likely CAD design and cast. It looks like they chose to set this in a French style. Which means they split those prongs. They may have started out as bars and then split and then molded into prongs. Okay, dropping our stone back in. If you're watching, how's my audio? We're working on some upgrades here. So if you're tuning in, let me know how I'm coming through. I can't get a great idea of that on my side, but there we go. Okay. So new software tonight. Gonna be a little rocky. It looks like we're getting... Okay, looks like we're coming through on every platform. Awesome. So that'll get better over time. A little rough right now. It's gonna get more polished, I promise. What about that pun? Okay. Alright, let's get started on this one. So, we're going to do this mainly from the microscope. I'll try to keep the close-up focus there for us. All right. Perfect. So, first thing I'm going to do is pre-cut our seats. I kind of got a general idea of how that stone's going to fit down in there. But I'm going to pre-cut using a 90-degree burr that is just about the same size as that stone, and I'll show you in here. Sorry, this is a 70-degree burr, approximately the same size as the ends of that oval. I'm going to lightly cut into the prongs like that and like that. It kind of give us a target, and then we're going to make adjustments for the seat for the stone itself. So you can't just cut a standard seat into a piece, throw the stone in there, and think it's going to set well. Doesn't work like that. Every stone is different. Every side of the stone is different. There we go. Okay. Sorry, folks. A little bit of technical difficulty here on my end. I'm trying to get this set up so I can see all the chats at once. CatJack9 says, that is beautiful, and it sounds good to me. Thank you, CatJack9. Okay, there we go. I should be able to monitor all the chats now. If you're throwing me a chat from X or Facebook, I'm not entirely sure I'm going to get to see it, but we're going to figure that out. Okay. All right. So, like I said, we're going to pre-cut these seats. We're just going to give them a light notch at approximately the area where it's going to go in, making sure we're level. You saw my burr stutter and bounce a little bit. It's good when you are making a cut to get the burr running at speed, make your cut, keep the burr running, and then pull away. And that will prevent chatter, number one. And it'll also prevent the burr from spinning out and cutting the backside of your prongs. And that creates a kind of a mess when you go back and clean it up. So we're just going to cut this at approximately the same height. I like to call this a preliminary seat. Oh, there's an example right there. I slowed my burr down too much. It grabbed the metal because our gold is kind of soft. And our burr has pretty sharp points on it. So it grabbed the metal and it kind of drug the burr out of the area that I wanted to. So we prevent that by running the burr at speed when we start the cut and then pulling away. There we go. All right. Just a preliminary seat. Now, I said as I was cutting this, that we can't just drop a seat in there, pop the stone in, and hope it's going to work. Well, that can lead to many, many tears because every stone is different. Every side of the stone is different. And unless you get a perfectly cut stone, and that is a true rarity. So we are going to fit this for each prong. Okay, so here's your example. Thin seat where that's going to line up, slightly thicker here. So I'm going to cut a little bit more here, a little taller seat. I want the bottom of the seats to remain level, just a slightly taller seat. Thicker here. Yep. Kind of fumbling her around there. Okay. Thicker seat here, thicker seat there. So we're going to account for all of that when we go to set it. There's a better image. Now this being a sapphire, it looks like it's what we call a native cut, meaning they probably tried to retain as much of that sapphire as was gem quality and cut out a lot of inclusions, but in doing so They might have had to make that a little off-centered. It looks like they did. You can see that the culet, or the keel on this, in this case, is off-centered from the table. And sometimes the table's a little off-centered. But when they cut these, they'll cut the girdle in a couple of different ways. On this one, we have two facets for the girdle, one angled down, one angled up, and we're going to want to account for that in our seat also, to make sure we don't pinch it or put more pressure on one particular spot than the other. Okay. That's my spiel about that. All right. Real quick, if you're watching this for the first time, you can find all of these pieces or information about all of these pieces by contacting me at Jackson or DML at jacksonfamilyjewels.com. I can give you pricing information and how you can purchase that. So DML at jacksonfamilyjewels.com. You can also go to the website jacksonfamilyjewels.com and find a number of pieces made by my wife Lindsay. These are a limited selection of her work, and as soon as they're gone, they're gone. I'll put a few up. I'll add a few over the next week or so, but once they're gone, they're out. She's not making any more at the moment. So you can find those at jacksonfamilyjewels.com. Okay. So now that I've made all my introductions, dropped my promos, and all that, let's let's do the official intro. My name is Jeremy Jackson. Thank you for joining us. This is Drip Made Live. Got a little out of whack there. Like I said, we're making upgrades. Oh, if you'll notice, we've upgraded the shop a little bit. We've got a couple of things that are going to make our life a little easier in the future. We've got a rectifier and some hot plates that we're going to use for rhodium plating. So we're going to do a demo on that tomorrow, and on future streams I'm gonna just incorporate that in the process. But I'm going to do a full demo on how to use the rectifier and the hot plate to rhodium plate pieces. Now, rhodium plating is a way to enhance the color of white gold. We're going to plate a platinum family metal, rhodium, onto the piece. And that'll do a couple of things. It makes it bright white instead of slightly yellow white, which you'll get with yellow gold and white gold. You'll also get a little bit more scratch resistance, and it'll hold its whiteness a little bit longer. So, rhodium plating, gonna do that. All right. We will also this week be upgrading the microphone. Hopefully you can hear me just at speaking tone here, but I have had some comments that it's a little quiet. That's getting fixed shortly. I can only control it so much on this end, but we're gonna upgrade our microphone too. So, all right, we are live everywhere, it looks like. Okay, so drop me a chat if you have any questions about our rhodium plating process, or any of the work I'm doing right now. Okay, here we go. So, our next step is going to be to take a quick look at the, one moment here. Our next step is going to be take a quick look at the stone. We've already got an idea of how we're going to set that, where it's going to sit in our mounting. we've got a preliminary seat cut. We like the way that looks. So now we're going to do a little bit more fine detail on our seat. So I'm going to switch to a very small 70-degree burr. Whack my head when we're doing it. Let's see. We're going to rustle around. Okay. I'm going to grab a brand new one of these guys. Because we like sharp burrs. Sharp burrs cut well. Gives nice clean seats. Nice sharp point. And we can pay much closer attention to how that stone looks. Okay. Alright, switching to microscope. Alright. So, much smaller 70-degree burr. One moment here. And get comfortable in my microscope. There we go. Okay, so we've got our preliminary seat. I like where that sits on the prong itself. I didn't cut more than halfway in. What I did do is try to keep them level across the two. So, I like to mark the stone with Sharpie, and of course, we are Sharpie-less right now. I will, Okay, what I would like to do, how about that, is mark this with a Sharpie just to make sure we turn the ring the same way every time, or turn the stone the same way every time when we come in here. But I'm just going to have to do that visually this time. Alright, so where I'm looking is right here. At that far seat, right there. And I'm just looking at the way the girdle looks. It's pretty thick. We're going to treat it kind of like it's rounded, which it is. So we're going to cut this seat here to match that. So I've got the bottom seat cut. I'm going to go straight in here. And try to match the profile of the bottom of the seat. And now I'm going to wipe out that little triangle of metal. Running kind of slow here. There we go. Alright, so I've cut away that little triangle of metal there. Now, I know I'm probably going to bring these prongs in a little bit, and when you bring them in, it changes the angle on the top of the prong. What I don't want is for this area right here to touch the stone first. I want it to touch evenly across the top of that, and we can do that by maneuvering our prong. But if we do too much or put too much pressure there, we can crack the stone, break off a little piece. So we're going to relief for that. So we're going to take our 70-degree burr. We're going to gently round that space off. to account for the way that girdle is shaped. Okay. We're going to do the same thing. I've already got an idea of what we're looking for here. I'm going to do the same thing on this side, and I know that this end of the stone is a little bit thicker. Okay, there we go. And I know this side is a little bit on the thinner side. So I like where the seat sits. It's a little bit taller, but I'm going to cut this one a little bit thinner. I'm going to do the same thing here. Okay, thinner seats on this side, slightly thicker on this side. These are kind of rough. We're going to polish them up. We're going to trim them so they fit exactly on the bottom of the stone. Now remember, it being a native cut, it's going to have some wonky pavilion angles, so we're going to try to account for that too. Now, one thing I am going to do before I continue here, well, this is not a very deep stone, so I'm not going to trim any of the under bezel here. On a lot of native cut stones, they have a very deep belly, and even just the little under gallery we have here, you'll make contact with that stone, so you have to go in and trim that away. You only want to make contact on the stone, on the girdle, with the prongs. I have had requests before to take a stone and to set it on top of this this under gallery, under bezel, whatever you want to call it. Set it on top of there, and then just bend the prongs over to pinch that sucker in. And I really, really, really do not like doing that. That is a dangerous, dangerous game to play, especially with a colored stone. You might get away with it with the diamond, but taking those chances on a colored stone, just that's not the way to do it. Okay, so I'm going to take a graver and lightly trim off these little bits of excess metal, just like that. Okay, just to get rid of those. Okay. How are we looking here? Okay. I've got the... Still trying to figure this out. Using a multi-stream is definitely different than going straight to rumble. Okay, let's pre-fit our stone in here. And I think I got pretty close. It's a little tall on one side, but that's okay. We want to allow enough space to bend these prongs over to meet the stone. We also want to make sure we are level. I like the way that looks. I left a lot of... oh, maybe I turned it around the wrong way. That happens. Okay. Need to make sure I have a Sharpie out here. Okay. I'm going to spin this sucker around. Oh, there we go. Much better fit. Like that a lot. Alright. So, I'm going to look at the way these seats line up with the pavilion and make sure my angles are correct. If it's a little steeper, I'm going to cut those to allow for it. Nope, I totally have that backwards. There we go. Drop that sucker in there. Alright. Feeling better about that. Okay. Looking at the pavilion angles, so it's going to get a little blurry here. I love the way that one matches up. I'm pretty comfortable with that one, yeah. That's pretty good. And the last one looks like it's going to fit well. So, we've got the seats cut. Now, the next thing I like to do, especially on colored stones, is give the inside of these, or of the mounting, a quick polish, and polish the seats also. We just want to make sure that those are soft and gentle. They don't have any. Uh-oh. There we go. They don't have any flanges of metal that might create a pressure point for that stone. Well, now we seem to have got the stone stuck. You'll see it all here on DripMadeLive. My successes, my failures, and me getting a stone stuck part of the way in and not being able to get it out. Okay, take pressure off this side. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to polish the inside of this just to soften, man, I hit that T really hard, soften the seat. Okay, we need an end brush. We're going to use our Mirard Oris polish. I really like this stuff. We're just going to lightly polish the inside of the mounting. And we're going to gently polish the seats. Now, not all 14 karat alloys are made equal. Some are a little harder than others. Some are a little more white than others. Some are more brittle than others. Some are softer. When you get a manufactured piece like this, where it's coming from a vendor, and we're setting a stone in it that we already had, a lot of the times they use kind of a soft alloy that's a little more yellow. Of course, it always depends on the manufacturer. There we go. But that will polish a little differently than your cast alloys. If I were to cast one, I might expect it to be a little bit stiffer, a little bit more brittle. So with a white gold, you typically don't want to quench, but if you choose to quench, you can cause it to be a little stiffer, a little more brittle. Let's see here. Okay, so we've got those seats polished, got the inside of our mounting polished and nice and clean. we're going to take our stone. Just realized that's a little dim in our microscope cam. Let's see if I can brighten that up a little bit without getting too bright in our close-up. Oh, much better. Okay. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay. So we will drop our stone in. Check the fit. Love it. I think we're ready to set. So I am going to set this using our parallel pliers. Very much like these for stone setting. You can easily control the pressure. You're getting pressure from two parallel edges instead of, for example, this pair of chain nose pliers. When you go to squeeze, you're getting your... Here, let's go to close-up. Okay. So parallel pliers versus, say, any other chain nose plier. Parallel, squeeze from the sides. Any other plier, which is going to be hinged, squeezes at two different angles. Now, that can be a problem when you're trying to grab something. Say I were to grab a metal prong. We'll use my finger as an example here and treat it like a prong. If I were to grab this prong and try to move it, it might be a little bitty guy. And when I grab onto it, I will slip right off the end of it. That, in the middle of setting a stone, can be disastrous. So we like these parallel pliers because we can grab the whole prong all the way across, and we can put pressure on it, and we know we're not going to slip up and off. We can grab it, we can take it, we can bend it over like this, we can angle it backward like that, or bend it over like this, depending on how we want our seat to close. Or we can grab that prong, and you definitely can't do this with a pair of hinged pliers. You can grab that prong and you can give it a little twist. You're going to hold on to it really well. And you're going to bring that metal down. Now, we twist because metal can bend in any number of ways, and we can prevent it from springing back. So let's imagine our prong here. If I were to grab this prong and bend it like this, well, white gold isn't perfectly malleable. White gold isn't like platinum, where you can bend it once and it'll stay right where you leave it. I can bend it over and let it go, and it'll bounce back just a hair, not a lot, still a little bit. But if I grab that prong and I give it a little twist, I'm bending it this way, and then this way, and then this way, and then this way. Again, let it go. There's not going to be a lot of spring back. And I've gently work hardened it as I went so that it stays where I take it instead of springing back. So that's the benefit of using parallel pliers and essentially using the concept of vector tightening on a prong, where you're moving in a couple of different directions to bring the prong down. So, what's vector tightening? Throw me a chat. Ask me that question. I'd be happy to answer. Okay, so let's go back to our microscope. Let's get that stone set. We won't dilly-dally any longer. So, here at the little patch of heaven, we've got 3 turkeys. My turkey girls And I'm just tickled to death with them. They surprise me every day. The past couple of weeks, they've started taking themselves home. We keep them in the chicken yard for the day, and then they sleep in their own little coop at night. But it's a good 150 yards, or 150 feet, sorry. About 50 yards, maybe a little longer, away from or from the chicken yard to the coop. So they'll decide that it's close to their bedtime and they're ready to go home, and they just fly out of that chicken yard and they take themselves home. Which I was so shocked about the first time it happened. They decided, okay, we're done for the evening. We don't want to hang out with our chicken friends anymore. We want to go home. So they wing it out of the coop yard and usually end up in our backyard. And I have to go chase them down and take them home. Well, every once in a while they'll put themselves to bed, which has been so funny. I did not expect that with turkeys, but they're good girls. They follow. And every morning when we want to go to the chicken yard, I open the pen up, and they kind of ease their way out of the turkey coop and look around a little bit, and then we go on a walk. We walk across the property, through the driveway, through the back gate, and out to the chicken yard. They like to be part of a group, I've found. Don't know where I was going. Oh, yeah. So, I said that the term dilly-dallying, and it reminded me of my turkeys, because they like to dilly-dally. They'll stop and want to peck at acorns, or peck at dandelion greens, or peck at gravel in the driveway. But, they just take a little encouragement, and they're back on their way. It's so funny to watch. Okay, so I've gently brought my prongs in. The stone is starting to get tight. I like the way these seats are matching up on the ring itself. I'm going to switch to my front cam and show you how I might level this off. I'm going to compare the stone both to the basket and the rest of the ring, just in case that basket is offset from the rest of the ring. I'm looking down the stone. I'm also going to look at it from the top and make sure it's matched evenly with the basket. Coming down from the top, I'll show you from the close-up what I mean by that. So that basket, we don't want it to show under the stone. So we've centered that really well over the basket. Okay. So I'm pretty happy with that. Now I just want to make sure the prongs are totally down on top of the stone. I'm going to zoom that in just a hair more. Whoa! That is not how I want it. All right. Let's zoom in. There we go. I'll try to stay in frame a little bit better with this guy. Whoa, earthquake. Okay. There we go. Got our stone in. We're going to bring those prongs down so they are flush on top of the crown. And then we're going to take those the excess prong off and round them off to make it look like a little cannonball there on top. Okay. Back to the microscope cam. So I'm going to use the principle I was talking about before. I'm going to bring this prong down, but I'm going to do that by moving it back and forth so that it doesn't put a lot of pressure on the stone and doesn't want to spring back on me. Now, using these manufactured softer alloys, this is a little bit easier. But the softer alloy is usually a hair more yellow in color. So as the rhodium plating wears off of this, you'll see a little bit of a change in the color. You can take it back into a jeweler and have them rhodium it again. It doesn't take very long. It doesn't cost much of anything. I don't want to quote anyone a price, but I doubt most places will charge more than $25 to $30 to re-rhodium plate a ring. So if you have a ring that was really bright white and now is looking a little more yellowed, that has usually has nothing to do with tarnish. It has to do with the rhodium plating just rubbing off from your skin, from hitting on things, just age. And that can be brought back to life. Just take it into a jeweler. Sometimes they won't even charge you for it. So, alright. So I like where my prongs sit. I like how they are over the top of the stone. And I like the level and fit of the stone itself. So we're pretty happy with this. We are going to move on to the next part. So we're going to take these prong tips off. I can do this a couple of different ways. This time I'm going to use a saw. And I'm going to, mainly because this is a sapphire, I'm not worried about chipping it with the saw bouncing off of it. We're going to avoid touching the stone, of course, with the saw anyway, but we're just going to gently cut the top of this prong off just to get it ready to cut. We're going to apply the same kind of shape to the cut prong. If you're watching for the first time, you can find all the prior episodes on Rumble, our premiere episode, and the last, what are we on? Episode 6? Oh my gosh. And the last 5, well, the last 5 episodes, the premiere episode and the last 4 episodes where we worked on a number of different pieces, kind of like this, on Rumble. You can watch those in their entirety at any pace you want. Those will also go up on YouTube. The files themselves are huge and they take a little while to download and then re-upload for YouTube, but they will be going up there, so you can find those there too. So I've cut those prong tips off. I'm going to cut the other two. Okay, one more. Okay, here's a fancy little trick that comes in handy when you're working with colored stones and you're worried about that saw bouncing off the top and chipping the facet junctions on the top of the stone. Once you start to get to the end of the prong, you'll see the piece you're cutting off gently rise up. You can kind of see it right there. I'm going to slow down. It's going to gently rise up. Ah! Broke a blade. Ah, that's... Of course, right when I'm trying to demonstrate something, I'm going to break a blade. Yeah. That's just how it goes. Alright. Swapping saw blades out real quick. I've got my top cam turned off. Tomorrow I'll have that one back on. I've been shifting things around to make it a little easier for my computer to manage. But I'll show you how you chuck up one of these saw blades. I use the term chuck up a lot for various things. You don't have a chuck on a saw blade or on a saw frame, but it's how we attach the saw blade to the saw frame and make sure it's ultra tight. We want that to be. I'm gonna hold this up to the microphone. I'm gonna hold this up to the microphone so you can hear it. That's a very tight saw blade. Yep. So we want it really tight when we're working with it. We want to be able to control where that blade goes. Okay, here's what I'm talking about. We are at the very end of this cut. We're going to drag that saw blade back and forth just a little bit. Now I'm putting more pressure on the blade as I'm pulling it toward me and less pressure as I'm pushing it back across the blade. That'll keep our blade sharp for longer. And as we get close to where that prong finishes, the tip of that will start to rise up. I'm going to zoom in so you can see that much closer. Alright, the tip of that will start to rise up, and that's when we know we are almost there. And when it's just about ready to go vertical, that is when I'll just knock that off with my finger. Because I don't want to cut all the way through, have the saw blade go bouncing across the table or hit any of our other prongs and leave a scratch or a mar that we have to go back and fix. So, just a little handy tip when working with prongs. Okay, we're going to switch to a barrette file. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to chase this around in the microscope a little bit. Okay, what I'm going to do now is just gently round, angle downward those prongs so they're a little bit easier to cut burr. I'm going to take the front edges off. That makes sure that that prong is shaped nicely to fit into our cut burr. We can get an appropriately sized cut burr. I'm not setting the file on top of the stone. I'm only using the very edge of the file. To take the sharpness off the top of that prong and to shape it a little bit better. Now on something small like this, I very much like using a cut burr. Makes the process go easier, but we can hand finish these. It all depends on the shape of the prong. This prong is much more round. If it were a square prong, I might finish it with square sides and round it over on the top. Or, depending on the customer's preference, I might finish it just as a square. Episode 3 or 4, of course I'm already forgetting. On episode 3 or 4, we worked with claw prongs and how to shape them on a diamond, a 2-carat diamond. So go check that out if you haven't. All right. Hey, I lost my chat. Where'd my chat go? There we go. Okay, so let's grab an appropriately sized cut burr. Now when I say appropriately sized, I want this prong to match the inside bowl of this burr. So we have to have a number of burrs to do that. And they don't last very long, so if you're a stone setter, you're going to be going through cut burrs like crazy. Just don't tend to hold their edge very well. No matter how much you coat them in burr life, They just like to wear out eventually. Alright, so let's find the right cup burr for us. That one I think is going to be as close as we're going to get. And this one's kind of worn down. So I'm just going to pre-shape these with this cup burr, and then I'll come back with a different one to finish them out. I hope everyone had a very happy Thanksgiving. I didn't stream during those days. But we're going to do a little bit more. Oh, I forgot to talk about our streaming schedule. Today we're going 5 to 10. Tomorrow we're going to try noon to 6. Start a little bit earlier. That may end up being like 1 to 7, but we're gonna shoot for noon to 6, depending on how well our our setup goes. Multi-streaming to all these platforms is it can be kind of a chore to get everything working all at once. Even using the service, it's called Restream.io, lets you stream directly from them to multiple platforms. You still have to set up all the, or most of the keys. Some of the, like Rumble is not directly supported by them, but we can make it work. I hope they add that one in the future. Rumble is a great platform. A lot of big creators are moving there. Really like it. If anyone's familiar with Steven Crowder, Nick Rekieta, Camelot331, he is hilarious. You can find all them on Rumble. I think Russell Brand is exclusively on Rumble now. He might still stream to YouTube. I know there was a little bit of a hubbub about him, but his stream is fantastic, or his podcast is fantastic. He talks a lot about happenings in the world, and whoa, runaway burr. And he got a bad rap from the media recently about some strange stuff. Don't know why. I think it has a lot to do with him speaking the truth about some social issues. We won't go into exactly what they are, but anyway, check my channel out on Rumble, DripMadeLive, and you can follow my Twitter or X at DripMadeLive, on Facebook at DripMadeLive, and on YouTube at DripMadeLive. Soon we're going to be streaming to Instagram also, so check it out there. Your favorite channel. If you know anyone that would like this kind of content, please share it. I talked about our 3 purposes: educating, answering questions, entertaining. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that don't know a lot about the jewelry industry and might like to know more. They love jewelry, but they don't know how it works, how it gets made. And that's what I'm here to do. Okay, if you're watching on any service other than Rumble, drop me a chat. Let me know you're there. I can't monitor all of them at the same time. Okay, so we've got these prongs pretty much leveled and evened off. We're going to take a graver. We're going to go in here We're going to cut some of this excess metal away and take a look at how our prong looks over the top. I like that. We want to make sure that we don't have an inset here, like a space that we might grab threads or bristles from our brushes or threads of cotton from our wheel buff. Nobody wants to get their ring caught on their sweater either. So you're going to try to shape the front of the prong flat, or straight up and down, so that nothing can get up under there and get caught. You can also get dirt and grime, hand sanitizer, things like that up under there, and it just takes away the beautiful look of your stone. So we're cutting away all that excess metal just gently. We're not touching that stone if we can avoid it. I'm going to make sure it looks like it's nice and flushed down. Alright, coming back with the cut burr, we're just going to take this down over the front edge just to make sure that has a nice shape. We're going to avoid touching the stone with the front of our cut burr. In a second, we'll take a look at those prongs and make sure they are uniform. Looks like this one's a little tall. We're going to take a little bit off the back of him. Okay, feeling good about that. So let's take a quick look and make sure our prongs are level and that they don't come too far up to the top of the stone. Like that. I like that. Our stone looks nice and level, and we're nearly done with this. Okay, let's get it out of our mounting here. One complaint about this ball is you can't hold on to the little piece, the little cone that goes on the other side. It doesn't want to stick around when you move it around. Whoop, can't see it there. So it's got two little cones here that spread our inside ring holder out, and this cone is loose and freely moving. Okay. So I'm going to use this just to prop everything up. Well, here, let's do it the right way. And switch to a bench pin. I'm going to hold this as a polish. We're going to polish the prongs. We're going to get this guy ready to go, and then it's going to go into our ultrasonic. And we're going to clean it up. All right, switching to a wheel brush, and back with our Morard orange polish. Really like that stuff. We're going to give this a quick polish all the way around, and we're going to call this one finished. Oh. We've got our drill bit chucked up from, I used the term appropriately there, chucked up from when we were altering our gray plate for our big tourmaline earrings that we set last week. And you can find that on episode 5. very nice looking tourmalines in some yellow gold settings. Okay, we're going to give these prongs a quick polish. We're going to get this sucker out of here. So I'm going to stay in the microscope. But I'll let you watch from our close-up cam here. I'm going to take off any of the tool marks on the back of the prongs. I'm going to polish the sides of the prongs as I'm going here. Oh no, I got a monster in the way. Yeah. Okay. And I'm going to lightly finish the polish on the basket that the manufacturer left. Sometimes they come fully polished. Sometimes it's just a pin finish. And that can be a little bit frustrating once you go to polish something and you figure out, oh, they didn't do a good job of eliminating porosity in the piece. And suddenly you have a whole bunch of little pits and stuff that really show up in the polish. My biggest complaint about manufactured pieces when you're getting them from a vendor is they don't control porosity very well, and that's part of their casting process. That's also just part of the alloys that they use. So when I was working for a jeweler, I spent a lot of time having to clean up porosity in other people's castings. And when we would cast it in-house, it'd come out great. Very little porosity, very little cleanup. But these big casting houses, their quality control can be kind of shoddy. This piece looks really nice for a manufactured piece. And it is polishing up very well. I don't see a lot of pitting or porosity. So this was a very good casting on their part. Oh, got more shop upgrades over the holidays. I finally bit the bullet and ran out a heater for the shop. I was freezing my booty off on some of those prior streams. So I had a little bitty space heater, and my mom was kind enough to to give me a large 35,000 BTU heater for or as an early Christmas gift for my shop. I'm sure she didn't like me shivering on stream. Okay, so we got the backs of the prongs done. So thank you, Mom. We're going to do the fronts of the prongs. Make sure we have nice contact. We're going to stay off the stone. We don't have to worry about mushing any of the facet junctions on a sapphire with this polish, but we still want to avoid it as much as possible. So there we go. Just going to do my best. Whoa. Okay. One thing you can't see on your end, but I see on my end every once in a while. I need to fix this. One of the other upgrades in my shop is to make sure everything has enough power all the time. When I'm using a flex shaft like this, they have a pedal that controls the speed of the flex shaft. And I can pull one of those up so you can see it here in a moment. But that pedal lets you control the speed of the flex shaft. You can run it as fast or as slow as you like. It's best to never run anything faster than you have to. But everything's got a rating on how fast it should or shouldn't run. Most burrs, at least. Wheels and things like that will also. Okay. But it's got a pedal on it, and that pedal's called a rheostat. And that controls the current to the motor, the pendant motor, that sits at the other end of our flex shaft on the other side of our handle. So that's how you control the speed. You control the current. So my monitor is also connected to the same the same power strip as one of these rheostats. So on occasion, as I go to run my rheostat a little bit faster, the voltage on the on that circuit can't quite keep up to run the monitor, so everything goes black. And then as soon as I let the rheostat off, or let my foot off the pedal, it comes back on. So that's something I'm going to have to address. We're going to go ahead and polish these prongs really nicely. Okay. And that is a finished piece. All it needs from here, and you won't see this on stream, is a quick polish on the wheel buff. What you will see is probably me rhodium plating it tomorrow. Let's see here. CatJack9 asks, how do you find it on YouTube? YouTube.com/@DripMadeLive. I think you have to have that @ in there. I'm going to confirm that right now. YouTube / Yep, YouTube.com/DripMadeLive does not go to my stream, but YouTube.com/@ the @ symbol, DripMadeLive, will go directly to my YouTube channel, and there you can find the videos. You can pull up the stream there. I know a lot of people are more familiar with YouTube than they are with Rumble. Rumble works very similar to YouTube, but you will be able to find the stream there. So YouTube.com/@DripMadeLive, @ symbol DripMadeLive. Okay. Thank you, everyone who is dropping a like on the channel on Facebook and YouTube, as well as everyone on Rumble right now. Thank you so much for joining me. A little bit more rocky on our streaming because of the multi-stream, but we'll get it figured out, and we'll do it better. So, if you're familiar with YouTube, you can search DripMadeLive, or you can go directly to YouTube.com/@DripMadeLive. Okay. Also @DripMadeLive on X, @DripMadeLive on Facebook. I think I got everything there. Soon to be on Instagram also. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at our next project. I am going to set our finished pinkish purple sapphire with melee on the shank in a basket setting. As a reminder, this is 0.11 carat total weight in diamonds along the shank, and a 0.83 carat sapphire in the center. If you want this piece, you can find it or you can contact me at dml@JacksonFamilyJewels. It will not go up on the website. You'll need to contact me at my email, dml@JacksonFamilyJewels.com. There we can talk about pricing and purchasing. Okay? I'll try to keep that to a minimum. Quick shout out. everyone who's been bearing with me, friends and family, who I've been blowing up, sending you texts and things about when I go live. Thank you for bearing with me. I know I'm being obnoxious. You can follow me on Facebook or X to get those updates. I'm going to keep my text shout outs to a minimum, or my text notifications to a minimum. But thank you for bearing with me as I try to get this started. Just trying to grow a following here. Thank you all, friends and family who are joining me and watching. So I really appreciate it. You guys are giving me a kind of start I never expected to have on this. We at one point had 15 people watching on Rumble. That just, I mean, thank you. It gives me the confidence to move forward with this. I know I'm doing something different here, so hopefully we can build from there and create a following. So thank you everybody who's putting up with my my texts at every hour, letting you know that I'm going live. Okay, let's get back to work. I'm going to drop this in our sonic. Whoop. Our sonic, ultrasonic. Now this is heated. I'm going to speak a little bit louder here. This is both heated and it vibrates. Hence, ultrasonic vibration. Ultrasonic. So this will and hopefully the sound from this is not coming through too much from the microphone. That will heat up the polish, warm it gently to loosen it up, and those vibrations will shake that polish loose and all the fine spots. And once we pull that out, run it through our steamer, it will be not entirely sterile, but near sterile cleanliness. So we're going to get all the gunk and goo from our polishing, all the leftover little bits of metal that get cut away by our burrs, get all of that out before we polish it again, and then we'll clean it again and run it through our rhodium plater. Okay. So tomorrow I'm going to do a primer on rhodium plating, and we're going to do a number of pieces that we've worked on over the past couple of days, or a couple of streams. So stay tuned for that. It'll be kind of neat. It's a neat process, and you can see the change almost instantly. Okay, let's get to our next piece. So for our next trick, we are going to set a diamond. This is going to be a 1.2 carat diamond. We're going to set it in a little 4-prong basket. Let's take a quick look. 1.2 carat diamond set in a little basket mounting. We'd call this a solitaire pendant. It's 4 prongs. Be a pretty quick, easy setting. So we're going to use our torch, and we're going to heat our thermolock. This is kind of like shellac, if you're familiar with shellac, but a little bit better product. It's way easier to work with. You don't have to get it near as hot. It doesn't stick to everything, and it's not quite as brittle as shellac. I really like it. Not getting it nearly as hot, you can manage most of it with your fingers. So keep that torch going here. Get it a little bit hotter. I'm going to heat the plate too on the underside so we make sure that stays stuck down real nice. I don't want to heat it enough to ignite, but I'm just gently warming that. Okay, take our piece, we're going to stick it down in there. Then we're going to take something round. We're going to push all that on the inside of the basket out, make room for our culet, and that'll help hold the piece in as we're working on it. This is going to be a pretty fast setting. I may or may not do a lot of explanation here. We'll just see how it goes. If I'm running my mouth too much, throw me a chat, let me know. If you'd rather just watch me work in silence, I'm happy to do that. Okay. Angle that down just a hair. Keep that in frame. Okay. Oh, you may notice we got stickers. Brand new, fresh out of the printer. If you want one of those, send me an email. I'll mail it to you for free. At DripMadeLive. Okay. Yep. If you want one, send me an email with your address. I will gladly ship you one for free. Okay. You can't really see it in there. It's kind of buried. There we go. Okay. Alright. Got our torch still going over there, just in case we had to move this around. Some jewelers will just run that torch all day if they're doing a lot of sizings. They're going to do a lot of torch work. Just keep it going. It doesn't. It's running basically like a Bic lighter. It doesn't run off a lot of propane. Doesn't take very much propane at all to run that torch. A tank will last years of constant use, like a 20-pound. I don't remember, a 15-pound, just whatever you would use on your gas grill. A tank of propane like that will last years. A lot of jewelers are moving to what's called star gas. It's a hotter burning propane. Similar performance, but burns a little hotter, a little cleaner. That may be an upgrade we do in the future. So, but right now, just shoot. You're out of the canister, out of the exchanger. Propane works just fine for these little torches, and it'll last forever. You can run quite a bit from it. It's basically like a pilot light off of a furnace. That's about what it's gonna burn. So, anyway, back to our piece. Let's take a look at our diamond. Let's see how it's gonna fit. I'm gonna stay in the microscope for this. Let's get a focus there. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Okay. All we're going to do... Now this is a natural diamond. It's going to have a few more inclusions than the last one we set, which was pretty much eye clean. I think it was a VS1. This one, without knowing for sure, Here, I will find out for sure. Whoop. This one is an I2. So it's got a little bit larger inclusions. It's an H in color. Very pretty stone, color-wise. Now, if it were in the DEF range, that would be nearly colorless. GHI is just a little bit more yellow, but almost at the naked eye. With the naked eye, you probably won't be able to tell. Now, because it's an I2, you're going to see a few more inclusions, but this thing sparkles quite brilliantly. Like I said, it's a 1 point. What did I say? 1.2 carat? Oh, sorry, 1.01 carat. I was giving that stone a lot more credit than it deserved. It measures pretty much right at where a 1 carat diamond should, about 6.4 millimeters in diameter. So it fits this basket really well. If I stop running my mouth, I can probably set this guy in just a few minutes. It's going in a correctly sized mount, so let's get started. Let's do it pretty quick. All right, 90-degree burr, or excuse me, 70-degree burr. We're gonna just from experience, I know where I should probably cut the seats on this. We're gonna make sure it's not too high, not too low. I'm just gonna do a preliminary cut. It being 6.4, it'll have plenty of space in that mounting. We won't have to bend any prongs back unnecessarily. I'm just going to cut those seats at a uniform height. If you have questions, I just talked a little bit about the stone grading. If you have questions about how that works, let me know. I am more than happy to answer. Okay. And if you missed any part of the stream live, you don't have to fret. It will be up both on YouTube and on Rumble. It takes 30-45 minutes after the stream goes down for it to put the video up, but you can watch that anytime you like. If you want to show anyone else what I'm doing here, you can direct them to those videos. They can catch up and see the other cool things we've been working on over the past couple of streams. Episode 2, we did a massive 5.8 carat yellow sapphire that is just gorgeous. We're going to plate that thing tomorrow, so I'll get it out and we can take a look at it again. So I've got these seats about uniform, about at the right height that I need them. We're going to take a quick look at the girdle of this stone. Ooh. Take a quick look at the girdle of this stone. I'll try to keep it in frame here. And one thing I can immediately notice is it's got a really thin girdle. So I'm not going to have to cut tall seats, but I do want to make sure my seats are very clean and very uniform, because a thin girdle can be easier to chip. Now, this stone also has a pretty significant inclusion that's going to have to go under one of those prongs. So I'm going to be very careful in cutting the seats that everything's even. I'm going to be very careful in bringing the prong over so that I don't make that inclusion into a chunk. Okay. Cool. I like the way this looks. Okay. All right. If you're joining us on a platform other than Rumble, Rumble is what I'm familiar with, but we're using a different program right now to multi-stream. So if you're joining us on a different platform, Facebook, X, or YouTube, throw me a comment. Let me know you're there. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Okay. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Okay. All right, so I'm just making sure these are all uniform. And I'm going to come in next and just very gently cut for the top of the seat. Now, because this has a very thin girdle, I don't have to worry about cutting too high. But I am going to make sure that I don't cut too deep, because I'm going to have to bend these prongs, these two bottom prongs back pretty far to sneak this stone in. We want to go ahead and get it as tight as possible, or have the seat be as tight as possible before we go to tighten that stone. So we don't want to overcut the seat. Make sure we leave enough room for relief for the stone, but we want it as tight as possible before we put the stone in. Okay. Now, just as a from experience, sorry, losing my words there, I like to take away all these markings from the manufacturer of the mounting. I believe this is a Stellar mount. I'm going to take those out so it doesn't reflect light funny under the stone. I'm going to smooth out gently the inside of this mounting where it hasn't been polished. We're also going to cut away some of this thermalock so we can fit that stone down in there. Okay, so I cleaned that up nicely. Let's cut away some of this thermalock. I'm just using a ball burr for this and knocking off those stamp markings. It's my opinion that those are great for the jeweler, but they should never, ever, ever be something the customer has to see. You don't need to know that. You don't need to know or how big that mounting is. And it kind of, just my opinion, it looks kind of trashy when it gets left. So we trashy on the jeweler, not on the wearer. All right. Okay. So next thing we're going to do very briefly, I'm going to use a file and take off some of these cast marks, smooth them out so that that polish is easier. I'm using my barrette file here. This is kind of my go-to file for stone setting. I've got one side really polished finally. It might need to get repolished in the near future, but it's great for burnishing. You can use the tip of that file to get in some spaces that you normally wouldn't, but it's also a file on one side, so you can, for example, on what I'm working on here, I've filed that little ridge off, and now I can use the back side of this file and give it a quick burnish, and that'll make it easier and cleaner to polish. You just take out those scratches. Okay. And we're going to take the file side, we're going to cut the top of these galleries off where it leaves a funny little ridge. Some jewelers won't put this kind of detail into a little pendant like this. I think it's all part of the job. It's something that needs to be done. You want every piece of that jewelry piece to shine, especially around that stone. You want a light reflected every way you possibly can, because that's what makes those stones look great. Alright, so I've taken off the edge of that. I probably could have already had that stone set and in place if I wasn't putting the kind of detail into it. But if you know anything about me, you know that that's not how I roll. Alright. We're going to raise this up just a little bit. I think I had to go a hair deeper with those seats. We're going to go a little bit taller just looking at the stone and how it fits. The proportions on the stone are really nice. It's got a good sized girdle, even though it's thin. It's got an appropriate depth to the pavilion and an appropriate height to the crown. Overall, a pretty nice cut. Only thing that brings the cut quality down might be that right there. And hopefully you can see it. You may not be able to. It's a couple extra facets. And that'll weigh into how the stone is graded. Overall, a very, very nice cut. Okay, I'm going to stop fawning over the stone. Let's get this bad boy in. All right, switching to a slightly smaller 90 degree. I keep saying 90 degree burr, 70 degree burr today. I'm going to go a little deeper on all the prongs and a little bit taller up. I don't want to cut more than 50% into this prong. Also, don't want to set it too high. Okay, now, secret jeweler's tip and or trick. Very tiny ball burr. I've discussed this before. One of the very best jewelry instructors in the country He's got a lot of very talented progeny. Teaches this tip. I've taken it to heart. I sometimes take it a little bit further. You take a little bulber, and you run up the very center of these prongs where that star facet junction is going to lie. This lets the top of that prong grab the top of that stone around that facet and prevents the stone from spinning if it ever gets loose. Shouldn't ever get loose if we're setting it correctly, unless there's some kind of damage to the mounting or one of the prongs snags on something and gets pulled back. Should never ever get loose. But this will kind of prevent the stone from turning, both when we set it and once it's out in the wild. I can control how it how it is here, but I can't control what it does when somebody wears it, or how they use and abuse it. But we can make sure that even if one of those prongs gets pulled back, it won't turn, it won't spin, it won't come out. Alright. So we've got those seats cut now. We're going to test fit our stone back in. And that's going to fit a little bit better than it did before. Let's go ahead and pull those prongs back. Now when I pull them back, I'm not pulling the whole prong back as I would hold it like this. I'm only going to pull it back right above the seat. And we're only going to pull it back enough where we can sneak that stone into place. Okay. Very briefly. Okay. Going to fit that guy in right there. Gonna have to pull this prong back just a hair more. And that's sitting nicely down in our seat. However, this prong here looks like we need to cut it a little bit further down at an angle and give it a little more space so that it fits nicely in there. I'm going to pop that stone back out. Switch back to our 90-degree burr. 70-degree burr. I keep doing that. I'm going to angle the seats down just a hair more on all the prongs, just to account for the depth of the pavilion. 70 degree isn't going to match the pavilion exactly, so we have to make some slight adjustments. But it's way closer than a 90. That's why I like using them for this kind of setting. Just going to have a little bit more space for that prong, or that stone to nestle down into those seats. And this guy, we wanted to cut it just a hair taller. That's both a function of how we pulled that prong back and the shape of the stone. The girdle on one side looks a little bit thicker. And since we have an inclusion in that, we definitely don't want to put a lot of pressure down where that inclusion is. Alright. Pretty happy with how that sits. We're going to pull that prong back just a hair more. Stone drops in. Now we're going to give this stone a quick spin around so that we put that inclusion. Oh, we're not going to grab it on the inclusion. We're going to put that inclusion on one of the lower prongs. We're going to orient it. Whoop. Orient it with the well, you can kind of see it there. That inclusion right there. We definitely don't want to put any pressure on that if we can avoid it. Very nice. Alright, drops right into place. I'm going to gently bring these guys back a hair. Just give that stone a little room to move around before we set it. Okay, what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to get that to sit down on all the prongs. And right here, I notice that one prong is a little bit taller than the rest. So I'm going to drop that seat down just a hair. There we go. Now that fits in nicely. Doesn't want to rock. Sits level. I am going to turn it so that inclusion is on one of the lower prongs. It's on one of our more open seats. That stone looks like it's going to fit very nicely. Okay, looking at it from the side, I do think I'm going to cut just a hair deeper into the top prongs so that stone can slide in just a little bit more, make sure it's level. Take the stone in, take it in, or put the stone in, take it out, put the stone in, take it out. That is the job. Okay. Looks like we're level with the basket. And almost all the sides. We may have to do a little shifting around once we get the stone in. That is a-okay. Okay. Pre-polish is the next step. Taking the stone back out. We're going to use a wheel brush. Give this a little quick polish on the sides of the prongs. I usually do it in the same order most times. I do the sides of the prongs, I do the gallery, I do the inside. Sometimes I'll do the inside first. Okay, now we're going to do the other side. All we're doing is saving ourselves a little headache of trying to polish around the side of a stone. We want it as polished and as bright as possible before we put the stone in, because it is way harder to get in there once the stone's in place. Try to shift this over where you guys can, or where I can stay in frame. My microscope might have reset there, microscope camera, so it's a little off. Oh no, moving everything around. There we go. Picture in picture. All right. So now we're going to take our wheel brush and we're going to polish tops of the gallery. I like to do it both directions, front and back. And shine that up nicely so that it reflects light well. I'm going to go ahead and polish the areas on the bail that might get behind our stone where we can't reach it. Okay, after we get this guy in, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back. So, sides of this are polished. We're going to switch to an end brush. Use that, polish straight down in to the setting. We're cleaning up and shining up the inside of the mounting so it reflects light well from the inside too. We're also softening those seats, polishing those seats. As long as you can account for it and you don't over polish them, this is a good idea and a way to prevent chipping certain stones. Especially softer things like amethyst. Oh my gosh, amethyst. It drives me up the wall how easy amethyst is to break sometimes. Most other quartz, not as bad. For some reason, amethyst, they just love to break. Okay. Pretty happy with that. Let's get our stone in. So we're going to orient this, meaning we're going to turn the facets so that a star facet is at 12 and 6, 12 and 6 on the stone. Okay, going to use our parallel pliers, grab the chrome. I'm going to start with this guy with the inclusion and just go ahead and get him down a little bit. And I'll do the next one. I'm not going to do the opposite yet. I'm just trying to get these to be about the same distance so that if we need to, we can shift the whole stone over. We shouldn't have to yet. Okay. Also with parallels, you can do this. Just grab the stone and turn it gently. You cannot do that with a hinged set of pliers. That is a quick way to broken and chipped girdles. Broken stones and chipped girdles, I should say. Okay. Looks pretty level in our basket. I'm going to bring the chrome on the opposite side of our inclusion down. understanding that I'm adding pressure to that area where the inclusion is. That is another area where you might break a stone. It's pushing from the opposite side of an inclusion. Okay, I'm staying off this guy, but I am going to make sure the top of this prong is down all the way. That's good. Same thing over here. Make sure the top of the prong is snugly onto the crown. Alright, feel good about that. That stone is tight. It appears to be nice and level. And it is oriented. Those are the most important aspects we need to, to do before we move forward. Tight, level, oriented. Okay, so we're going to cut the tops of these prongs off. Now, two strategies here. I'm going to opt for the safer one. One of them would be to use snips. Just go in here, grab the prong, snip it off. That's going to send metal flying, but it's also going to send a shock through the stone. If this was a diamond without such a gnarly looking inclusion on that where that prong sits, I might take that chance, but I'm not going to with this one. So I'm going to opt instead to use the saw. We're going to cut those prongs off at an appropriate height, kind of like we did with the sapphire, and then we will move forward. Okay, I'll demonstrate the trick that I talked about earlier again as I'm cutting this off. Hold on. I just realized you're not getting quite the focus you should be on our microscope cam. That's a little bit better. Okay. Yes. Okay, so here's the trick I was talking about earlier. If you're cutting a colored stone, and well, really any prongs that you're cutting off, you don't want this saw to slip and mar up any of the other prongs. So what we're going to do is cut it until it wants to just move and open up like it's opening up like a mouth. And as soon as it's wide open and yelling at us, we take our finger and we knock the top of that prong off. And so we're being safe with the stone, we're being safe with our other prongs, and we're saving ourselves a little bit of headache that can happen if you take a saw blade and run it across a prong that you didn't intend to. Oops. One moment, folks. Okay. Ah, see? That is why we do that. Got a little antsy there, got moving a little fast, and now I scratched the side of the prong. Now, I didn't do much damage. That is perfectly okay, because that'll come out with polish. But if I were moving really fast and I drug that saw blade back, I might leave a big nick in there. And then we have some problems. Mainly because I don't have a laser welder. If I had a laser welder, I could go back in there, add a little bit of metal, and it'd be good to go, but I don't. So I would have to hope and pray that I don't have too bad a nick that I can't take out with burnish or a file and polish. So there you go, opening up just gently. Whoop. That one decided to come loose. Alright. One more try at this. Just enough where it starts to open up like that. Slow down here. There it went. It's open. Yep. Boom. Knocked off. And their stone is safe and sound. Now, I'm going to take those down just a hair further using a sanding disc. Well, I say that. Let's use... Gotta find a sanding disc first. Okay. I had one. Alright, let's get another one up and ready. Just a medium grit sanding disc. And a flex shaft. Well, scratch that. This is going to be a little bit finer of a sanding disc. This is the fine. There we go. I'm going to take those down until they're level with the table. By table, I mean the flat facet on the very top of the stone. Now, when these stones are cut, one of the key aspects they're looking for in the cut is making sure you have a table that is a certain ratio, certain proportion of the size of that stone. And that can impact how the stone looks from the top just as much as the depth of the stone. Okay, so we're going to take a cut burr now. It's a little bit big. And a little small. Still a little big. That guy is just right. We're going to take a cut burr and our flex shaft, and we're going to take those prongs down and round them off. Want them to look very nice on that in that mount. Here. We're going to pre-cut this with a slightly larger than necessary cut burr, and then we're going to finish it off with one that's a little closer to the size of our prong. just realized I'm tapping the microphone with the flex shaft. I am so sorry about that if that's coming through. One of the other future upgrades that's coming is a boom that's going to work better for this space. So I can get that out of the way of our flex shaft and we don't have this problem. Alright. Okay. I'm going to gently trim some of these up. Just a moment here, folks. Okay, there we go. Okay. Making sure the front of our prongs, we get that excess metal out of the way. We'll use our file first, and then we'll come back in with the graver. And cut those. I don't like the back of this prong. I think I'm going to switch to a slightly smaller cut burr. And reshape those. Perfect. Make sure I come at this from all the angles. Make sure it's nice and round. Probably due for a new cup burr at this size. You're getting a little bit dull. Alright, I feel good about that. I like the way those are shaped. I'm going to go in with a graver and take off any excess metal that might be over the edge of the stone and lightly drag it backwards to burnish gently across the front of those prongs. Just like that. Just taking any of those extra little flanges of metal away. Sometimes they'll come away with polish. It's easier to just knock them off with the graver and then it polishes smoother anyway. Okay, so feel really good about that. We're going to take our torch and we're going to take this guy out. Heated it up nicely. Now, so just roll right out. Okay, this is going to go into our ultrasonic in some acetone, not in the sonic solution. The sonic solution will take some of this thermalock off, but it won't take all of it. Acetone will just eat this away really quickly, and the vibrations speed the process up immensely too. So after we shake this in the acetone briefly, it'll be a nearly clean piece. We can polish it, throw it back in the sonic, and get it ready for plating. So let's go in the sonic. Fancy little beaker here. We're going to put some acetone in. Not a lot. Just enough to cover the piece. We're going to drop that little pendant in there. I'll bring it up here so you can kind of see, even in the brief moment that it's been in there, it's already starting to eat some of that thermalock away. So in the ultrasonic, that just blasts it right off. Okay. So, we are going to take a very short break. I will be back in a little over 5 minutes. And then we are going to work on this guy. This is a large mounting for a pair garnet. Oh, excuse me. Tourmaline. Not a garnet. Tourmaline. Beautiful, beautiful tourmaline. Pretty big size. Looks like it's going to fit very nicely into our mounting. We're going to set it kind of low, if we can. Anyway, we will get to that after a quick break. Now, if you are joining us for the first time, I'm going to shield my business a little bit. If you're joining us for the first time, and you really like any of these pieces, you can contact me at dml@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. There you will find, or at jacksonfamilyjewels.com, you will find both my contact info for purchasing any of the pieces you see on the stream tonight, and you will also find some pieces that my beautiful wife made that are one of a kind and in limited quantities too. So check them out at jacksonfamilyjewels.com, and if you want to email me, my contact is dml@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. Okay, folks, I'm going to take us to a short break. We'll be right back with more live jewelry setting. So, stay tuned. right, we're back. Thank you guys for sticking with us. We are headed back to some fancy pieces. We are going to work on this big monster of a tourmaline and setting. Let's see if I can get it in here real nice so you can see. There we go. So we're going to set this guy up. Now, this is a 4-prong setting. Normally it'd be either a V-prong or a larger prong on the end, but this is a split prong on the tip. That makes it a little bit easier to set. I prefer the look of a 3-prong, but the 4-prong split prong will be pretty nice in there too. It's in yellow gold, so the prongs will be a little easier to move, be quicker to polish, quicker to finish once we get the stone in. Yellow gold's a little bit softer than white gold. You have to be a little more concerned about runarounds with burrs. One thing I just noticed is we need to pay close attention to how deep we set the stone. Oh, I'm going to try to keep my hands out of the way there. There we go. We're going to be particular about how we set the stone because of the height. It looks like we're going to have plenty of room down below. So we'll set it down in there as close as possible to the halo. Alright, let's get it checked up and ready to work with. Okay. Alright. Now, I've got to find... There it is. A little cone that keeps running away. Okay, there we go. All right. So, pretty big mounting here. Do like the look of this basket. Looks like it was very well finished. Let's talk about that. All right, this mounting is, it's going to be 45 round diamonds in yellow gold, 14 karat. It is 0.76, so 3/4 of a carat total weight in diamonds, and we're going to set a 4.3 carat tourmaline. Now, this color of tourmaline has a particular name. I want to say it's rubellite, but let us consult the book of gemstones. It is going to be... It's been a while since I did gemology courses, but... Yes, reddish pink, sometimes with a violet tint. I think that describes our stone very, very well. So this is a rubellite. This is a becoming a very popular stone right now. I've seen a couple of a couple of tweets from the International Gem Society talking about rubellite, so I think it's probably a pretty popular stone this year. Gorgeous color. Red, violet, purple, just a hint of like a bourbon color. Kind of see it in the light there as we turn it around. Beautiful stone, and 4.3 carats. Okay, so let's take a look in our microscope at the mounting itself, and we'll see what kind of issues we might need to address before we get too far into this. So let me get our camera set up nicely here. Okay, I'm going to switch to the microscope, and let's take a look. Okay, well cleaned up. Got a little bit of an area here that isn't shiny yet. We're going to take a little bit of polish to that after we burnish it. This is a prime example of a place we would need to burnish. It's in a tight space. You might use the side of a graver in some of these areas, but here's my polished barrette file. I'm going to just go in here and brighten up with the point some of those areas that don't look fully polished. And once I go in with polish, they will brighten up even more significantly. Also gonna, it looks like they may have lasered a little bit on the inside of this. That's a popular way, especially as the laser welder gets more popular, of cleaning up the inside of a ring, is to use a laser welder and set it so that it shines the metal as you weld on it. You can use particular settings to get a really clean look on white gold, yellow gold, and platinum. Platinum loves the laser. I can't say that enough. Platinum just loves the laser. It molds well, it shapes well, it welds deep without a lot of power, and you can shine it up really nicely using a laser. Especially on areas that you just can't hit normally. Okay, so we've got that cleaned up just a bit. Let's test fit our stone. This stone might as well have been made for this mounting. Very nice. So we're going to use a particular strategy for these split prongs to make them at least seem a little closer to a shared prong, and we don't have the end of the stone sticking out in the middle there. What I see are some big inclusions across the center of the stone, but they don't really, looking at it from the top, you won't be able to see those. That's a very well cut tourmaline. Okay. So I'm going to be able to set this in pretty low. It's always good to take a good look at the stone all the way around and formulate a strategy for setting. It doesn't always go quite as planned, but it's good to have a plan going into this. So I'm going to cut the point first. Then I'm going to cut the outside prongs. We're going to get the point in place, pinch those prongs together. They are spread, and they will be straight up and down once it's in place. And then we will, after we know that point is nice and secure, we'll bend the prongs on the back toward those in the front on the point, and we can kind of control how much pressure we put on it from the back side. Got a little bit more room to work with those prongs out here because these are split. All right. Okay. Just a quick moment here. Okay. Just making sure all our streams are still live. I am liking this new program. I think it's going to work really well. Okay. So, I'm going to use a very small 70-degree burr. Got that right this time. I'm going to cut straight in at the height that I want that to sit. Oh, it's running backwards. There we go. I'm just going to go straight in between these prongs. This is a little bit different in how I would approach it if that was, say, a V prong or a larger prong. I'd treat it more like a princess setting. A princess is a square cut diamond. I'm going to go straight into in between these. I'll make sure they don't run out. Okay. I like the way that's cut. All I'm doing here is I'm going to check to make sure we're not making contact in weird places on the tip of that stone. I'm going to have to cut it a little bit more to figure that out. I'm also going to take a quick look at how thick the girdle is on that tip, and it is not. It's a little uneven. One side is thicker than the other. Hopefully I'm keeping that in frame there. One side is a little thicker than the other. The keel is slightly off-centered. That's okay. Every stone is different. Every stone was cut by a human being, usually just with a loop, which is incredible. Okay. So we're going to cut for the thickness of this girdle and the height. I'm using a slightly bigger 70 degree than I could if these were two prongs not split like they are. I might opt to just cut for the tip, but I'm going to cut it a little bit wider so I can pinch those in and make them straight. So I'm using a slightly larger 70 degree. Now, just like a princess, I'm going to take that 70 degree and angle it away from the prongs. That should be a good bit of relief for that that point. Okay, I'm going to give it a little bit more room for the width of that point. And I'm also going to cut the top of the seat at a slightly shallower angle. Okay. So I think I've got that cut pretty nicely. Let's test fit the stone. I very much like how that fits in there on that side. I'm going to make a little bit more space in here for the point of the stone. So that we don't pinch it unnecessarily when we bring those down. Okay, I like the way that's shaping up. Let's drop the stone in here, see what it looks like. I like that. Doesn't protrude too much. Got plenty of room to bring those prongs down and over the top. And it looks like we're matching the pavilion pretty darn well. So, I think we're getting pretty close to being able to set this sucker. At least on that point. think I'm pretty happy with the way that's going in. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is at the height of the point prongs. Get a quick gander at the bottom of the stone. At the height of the point prongs, I'm going to go ahead and notch the other prongs. What I can see right off the bat is that girdle is huge and that pavilion is steep. So we're going to have to blow that out quite a ways for that stone to fit down in there. That's okay. Alright. Let's use our larger 70-degree burr. I'm just kind of eyeballing where that seat's going to line up. I'm going to give that a little nick where I think that's going to go, so I can use that as a guide. Oh, I don't want that. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and put a little notch in here. Not going to go too deep. I'm going to try to maintain level with the halo. All I'm going to do is just match the height. I need to go a little bit lower. Okay. Got that at approximately the right height. Okay. Now, I know that the pavilion on this big old pear is very steep, so I'm just going to go ahead and angle those pavilion seats down about what I think is going to be necessary. One thing we might run into on this one because of its belly, because it may contact the undergallery in a couple of these places. We're gonna try to avoid cutting into those, but if we have to, we will. We may relief that enough, just enough where it's off the stone. Whoop. Run away. That girdle is going to be thicker on one side than the other, so we're going to have to add a little depth to that. Okay. I'm going to cut slightly further in. In this prong. We're just trying to match the curve of the back of this stone. So, a very, what's the right word? Prescient, maybe? Piece of info that a jeweler gave me when I was visiting the Stellar convention. They do a bench jewelers convention every year. He said, you only need to know how to set 3 different types of stones. A princess, a round, and an emerald. If you know how to set those 3 stones, you know how to set every stone. Because a pair is just a princess point and a round end. A marquee is just 2 princess points with a round in the middle. A heart is just 2 rounds with a single princess point. You know, you can combine the different styles of setting as long as you know how to do the basics. You can apply them to the others. Well, I think it's very very good way to look at it. So all I'm doing here is cutting for, say, a round and a princess. Okay. I'm going to have to angle that just a hair further. Man, this one's already kind of shaping up to go in. I'm shocked at how fast this is going. Okay. I'm going to make a little adjustment to that seat. So that stone just drops right in without any fuss. Okay. I like how this is kind of shaping up. A couple of things I've noticed that I am going to have to address. That is the bottom seat for the point right here is making contact on the tip. I don't want that. I want to cut that away so that it only contacts on the girdle. Let's zoom out. See how this is lining up. We should be able to push that into place where we need it. Center it in that mounting. Let's take a look at the level. I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to knock out that little flange of metal on the front that might prevent us from getting the stone in. Just going to take a ball burr. I'm going to relief for the keel, and then I'm going to go down here, make absolutely sure we're not touching anything down there. That'd be a pretty common spot where you might make contact with the stone that you won't be able to see from the top once the stone's in, and if you weren't aware of it, you might put pressure on the keel, and that can be a bad time. Alright. I like how that's working on the point now. That seems to match well there. I'm going to angle the top seat a hair further back. And then I just noticed one other thing, and that is the belly right here is contacting the undergallery. So we're going to make sure we cut a little bit away. It looks like it's a hair thicker on that side. The stone is a hair thicker on this side, on the pavilion side. So we don't want it touching too much. Alright. Oops. Let's use a small small 70 if I can find it. There it is. Small 70. I'm going to clean up this seat. Just like that. Okay. Let's take off some of that excess metal there. Just a little zip with the graver. I'm going to use a ball burr, kind of a large one. I'm going to cut some of that undergallery away, only in the areas where it might make contact, just to make sure. That stone has plenty of room to sit. One moment here. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to take, this is just a little bit of a, it's kind of like a blue wheel on a stick. It is a stick of blue wheel. It's a rod polisher. I've got a kind of a coarse grit on it, and all I'm doing is just smoothing that out so that when I go to polish it, it looks a little more uniform. Okay. Test fit. I really like the way this is coming together, so I'm not going to do much more to it other than polish the seats, polish the prongs, and polish those little areas that weren't quite cleaned up by the manufacturer. Okay. Let's polish the prongs first. We're going to do that with a wheel brush. Just a little bit of our orange Murad polish. Polish down the middle of this. Just to make sure those prongs are nice and bright between them. Sides of the prongs are nice and polished. While I've got these seats wide open, give them a quick polish. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and put a good polish on the tops of these prongs. Don't want to polish those too much because it looks like they've already been polished quite a few times. Yeah. Such is the case sometimes with the manufactured piece. Seen a few too many hands in the process and they take away a little too much metal. This one, it's not bad. But we don't want to make it any worse. I need that guy. Oh, we're going to do this in there. Micromotor. Okay. I'm going to go in here and polish the inside of the mounting. And in those areas that we burnished, just make sure they're nice and shiny. Don't want to over polish down in there because we might over polish the shank prongs. We do want to make sure that's nice and dressed. Run that in the reverse angle, reverse direction. Should we get down in there nice and bright? Okay, I'm going to use a very, very small wheel brush. Same polish. We're just going to run it on the very inside of this, just to make sure it's nice and shiny. Lightly get in here in our point prong seats. Oh yeah, it's cleaning up very nicely. Run it in reverse just to make sure we clean that up nicely. Okay, feel good about that. All right. And blow out any debris. Okay. I like that. I like the way this worked a lot. Let's test fit our stone one last time. Okay, like I said, we are going to bring the point prongs in first to give us something to push against for the back prongs. But we also want that in place so that we don't have to do any pressing on it, any unnecessary pressure. Oh. All right. So let's do that first. There you go. Let's brighten that up so you can see. And that's about as bright as we want to get it. Okay. I'm going to grab the back of that prong, the first one here. And go down and towards the stone. Same thing on this side. Working a little bit at a time. We don't want to make any drastic movements, especially with tourmaline. I'm going to grab the back of one prong and I'm going to use it as leverage to bring this down just a hair. I can grab this guy and give it a little twist. Now we don't have to have these fully down on the stone, but I do want them to be in the right position. And gently work that forward. So when we push this from the back, I want to make sure there's no pressure on the point, only pressure on these two sides. I think we're about there. And then after we're comfortable with the stone and the position, we will bring these prongs down just a hair more to make sure they're tight. Okay. We move this prong back a little bit, so we're going to use it first. And give it a little twist as we work it forward. Pretty good about that. And give this guy just a hair more of a twist toward the stone. Okay, that's tightening up really well. I'm going to do a little trick here and back that off a hair and work it back down. Make sure we have as much of that prong as possible over the stone. We don't have any major gaps behind it. Love it. Good about that. Feel good about that. Let's check the level on the stone. looks like we are a little unlevel on one side, but we're going to fix that. The level front to back is great. So we're going to bend one of these prongs down just a hair further. Alright, let's see if that leveled it off. Almost. Let's give it a little room to wiggle, backing this side off. Okay, that is level. Centered in the mounting. So I'm pretty happy about that. Wow. I'm not too terribly concerned about the way this prong is bent in a little bit further than the other. That can sometimes happen. Just angle of the top of the seat, angle of the top of the prong. Same thing with this. When I cut those off at the level of the stone, you won't notice any difference between the two. It'll just be a ball on top of the stone at that point. What I am going to do is go back through here and make sure all of the prongs are making full contact on the stone. That one's good. This guy's a hair further off the stone than I want it. I'm going to grab him, give it a little wiggle, and move him forward a bit. And I'm pretty satisfied about that. Just a little twist there. Okay. Now I'm going to bring these down so they fully make contact on the stone. And all I need to do with that is just give it a little wiggle and push. Okay, that stone is tight. It's level. It is oriented nicely. Okay. Okay. I like the way that's set. Just noticed something kind of unusual about this ring. It is not exactly straight. With the finger. Kind of strange. Back it off so you can maybe see this. Well, we're going to take a good look at that from a different angle. Before I cut these off, make sure this stone looks nice. Yeah. Looks like at some point this might have got warped out of place. So, we can fix that. What we can do, before we get too far into this, put it on a mandrel and see if it's round. If it's round, then we know we can take some other chances with it here. So it is round. We're going to get that tight on here. And I think you can kind of see that. The point does not line up exactly with the rest of the ring. Let's see. It's just a hair off. That may have had something to do with the manufacturing process, when it was in wax. Just a hair off is okay. So we're going to give that a gentle twist. That looks like it's all it took. Okay. A little strange. You encounter something new every day. Today it was weirdly warped manufactured mounting. So I'm going to set this on top of something flat. And see how it rocks. And boy does it. So we need to straighten that up just a hair. The way we're going to do that is using something flat. I wish I had noticed this before we got into the into the setting. We are going to take a flat hammer, lay it across the mounting. I'm going to stay away from the stone. And I'm going to take a rawhide mallet and give that a tap on top. Turn it over and we're going to do the same thing. Just a gentle tap. All we're doing is encouraging that to flatten out. Alright, I'm going to take a quick look in the microscope off camera. We may need to do a little bit more tapping just to take the bend out of that so it looks good from the top. Well, I don't know. I think that worked out well. So let's finish the setting up. Okay. One thing I'm going to do here is take this prong, angle it slightly closer in. That way it's uniform with the other prong on the other side. This prong needs to be just a hair further out to be uniform. I don't want to put too much pressure there because I could put pressure on the tip. We don't want that. Alright. Now let's cut these prongs off, finish her out. All we're doing is cutting the tips of the prongs off. And we'll finish it out with a cover. This wants to flex quite a bit. It is a pretty big mounting with kind of sparse supports. Okay. Okay. Let's cut the back prongs off. Because this is a tourmaline, I don't want to get too close with the sanding disc, so I'm cutting them pretty short with the saw. I'm going to switch over. Nah, we can do this. Since that wants to flex so much, I'm worried about breaking my saw blade on that. Okay, see that's opening up. Let's give it a little flick. Okay. Those prongs look good. It looks like it's in a good spot. Let's blow off the debris. Okay, we're going to take a file, our favorite file, our burnishing file. We're going to kind of pre-round. Well, let's take those down a little further with a sanding disc first, and then we'll pre-round the prongs for cuppers. Alright, let's get a cupper. Let's see if we got one that fits it well. I think we do. It's a hair small. That one's going to be perfect. Just gently rounding these. Not taking them down too fast. We do want to stay off the stone because it is a tourmaline. And we have to be a little more careful about that. With the tourmaline over, say, a sapphire, prong. I'll let that do a lot of the work. We're not putting pressure on this. We're just... We might work it back and forth a little bit to get it to cut a little faster. But we don't want to put pressure on the stone, and we don't want to burn up our cut burr. Those are rounding out very nicely. And working from the back too. Take a quick look here. Take those down just a hair more. Okay. Let's do the back ones real quick. Probably could have cut those a little closer, just to save a little time, because the cut burr does not cut very fast. We don't want to be sitting here grinding all day with the cut burr, but also don't want to take too many chances with other abrasives around that stone. Now, as you can see, this is a dirty process. It's not it's not very clean. You're not going to keep your hands dirty as a jeweler. This doesn't happen. I've been asked before, why don't you wear gloves while you work? Well, it's important to have that tactile feel. Got to be able to touch something, not have any kind of barrier between you. Especially with metal like this. If I were to wear latex gloves, they'd be sliding, slipping all around. They'd be getting grabbed by the burrs. Yeah, my hands might be clean, but I'm probably not working as effectively as I could if I've got my hands covered by latex. Alright, those prongs on the back are still really tall. I think I'm going to take them down just a hair more before I try to cut burr those again. Yeah, I left them a little tall. So let's go to a file. See the front ones too. I'm just going to use the flat... Ooh, what are you? No, we're not going to use that file. Oop. This guy. Just a flat file. Staying away from the stones. I'm going to take those prongs just a hair closer. And then hit them with the cut burr again. There we go. These I'm going to take quite a bit closer. Kind of using my finger, even though it's uncomfortable, as a barrier. To keep from getting too close to that stone. Last thing I want to do with the tourmaline is to rake a file across the top of it. Even worse would be an abrasive. Okay. Okay. Back to the cut burr real quick. Now those should go relatively fast. Let's clean off our debris. There we go. That rounded out very nicely now. And it's not too tall over the stone. Do the same thing on the other side. Okay. Let's make sure this one's the same. Make sure those are at about the same height. Yes. So we can come down just a hair more. Okay. Let's do the same thing with these two real quick. Make sure these match really well since they're right next to each other. Here we go. Okay. Okay. With this one, we're going to do a quick polish on the prongs, and it'll be ready to go. Wheel brush. I'm going to stay away from the tops of these facets because tourmaline being a slightly softer stone on the hardness scale, it can't take a polish like a diamond or a sapphire. You'll soften. Yeah, there I go again. You'll soften the facet junctions, and it'll look a little bit off. It'll look a little watery if we were to run over it with a bunch of polish. So we're going to stay off the stone as much as possible and only hit the tips of the prongs. Still want to make sure we get it nice and shiny. Very careful not to hit the stone as much as possible. That's one reason I like the greasier polishes for something like this. The Mirard is very greasy. It sticks to your brush, but it also sticks to the piece. And you can kind of see, to get a better idea of where you're hitting. keep those as uniform as possible. Switch to a slightly smaller wheel brush. Okay. Feel pretty good about that. There is one thing I'm going to address real quick. That's the position of one of these prongs. Don't want to take too many chances here, so I might just leave it. That looks much better. All right. Feel good about that. Let's put the finishing touches on this guy. Okay. I'm going to polish the diamond settings a little bit. Just to brighten them up. Same thing on the shank. Okay. Polish the basket where I might have put a few little goobers in it when I was holding it with pliers or shifting things around. Wheel brush, Mirard polish. I'm losing my voice here. Just going to polish up and around the setting, and then I'll do the bulk of the finishing polish on our big polishing wheel. Just take any little hiccups out of this thing. Alright, so I'm going to throw this in the cleaner real quick, but it's looking pretty nice. Let's go to a close-up. Just a little polish over it, but we'll throw it in the cleaner, polish it up, and it's ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and fire the steamer up so we can steam off the other pieces we worked on, and you can take a good look at the finished product. Okay. Got one more piece I want to work on today. May not get it finished, but we're going to do a little oval with a halo. And in that, we have a 1.19 carat blue sapphire. Now this is a very, very blue sapphire. Here we are. Let's get the light off of that. Very bright blue sapphire. Probably not the ideal bold blue, but in this size, that may be as deep as you can get it. The smaller you cut them, the harder it is to get a deep blue color, but in a larger sapphire, if this were twice its size, it'd probably look a lot darker. Very pretty stone, very bright. Kind of has the look of a... oh... the blue topaz, not the sky blue topaz, but the... I'm losing my mind here. If anyone in chat can remind me of what I'm looking for. Not a royal blue. It is a blue. It's a little small for our mounting. We're going to make it work. Very pretty color. Okay. I'm going to move through this one relatively quickly. You've kind of heard my spiel about how I set these. So I'm just going to go from task to task without a lot of talk. Lord Strax, if you're out there watching, I'm sure you would have a lot to say about my comment. Probably like it better that way. All right. Friends and family watching, if you saw comments from prior videos from Lord Strax, just know that he's a known agitator. All right. Pretty thick girdle on this guy. I can see why they chose this mounting. All right. Okay. Well, that went really quick. Without me yammering. So, I like how that stone went in. The setting is a little out of round for, or not shaped exactly right for the stone, but we made it work. And the stone wasn't exactly cut to be level, but we made that work too. So there you go. That one is set. Now we're just going to do the finishing touches on the top. This will be one of the situations where I don't mind taking snips to it. Well, I say that. I think I'm going to take that down with something else. These are really soft prongs. I don't like that. All right. Let's take these prong tips down. Okay. Okay. Very gently going to cover these. Okay. Let's use a slightly smaller cut burr. Just gonna round these out, make them look pretty. Alright, feeling good about those. Let's do the last little cleanup on this. Okay. Check the height on the prongs real quick. Make sure they're level and even. This guy's gonna come down just a hair. a little bit more. And so does this guy. Okay. Yeah, because this stone's a little bit fat, it kind of makes it look like it's unlevel. Bring one of those prongs in just a hair. Try to compensate for that just a little bit. It's not going to be perfect because of the shape of the stone, but it might be a little bit closer. That seemed to do the trick pretty well. That's about as good as we're going to get on a stone cut that way. So okay. There we go. Okay, that one is pretty much done. We're going to take it out of the mounting, or the mini ball here. I'm going to give the prongs a polish and throw it in the ultrasonic. And while it's cleaning. We're going to steam off the others, and we're going to see all the work we got done today. Just going to very lightly polish these prongs. Alright, it's looking pretty good. We're going to do a quick polish across the tops of our prongs with the diamond settings. And very quickly clean up our basket a little bit. Whoops. Well, there's a 10 o'clock alarm. We are nearly done here. So I'm going to clean this up. And we're going to start wrapping up. I'm going to steam off ones that are in the cleaner currently. We'll take a quick look at them, and then we'll call it an end of the day. Okay. A quick little sapphire. That's polish over the top. It'll come off with the cleaning. Let's throw it in the cleaner. Alright. I'm going to quickly steam off the other pieces we worked on, and we'll take a quick look at them. Alright. Here's the big tourmaline. That turned out really nice. Pretty color. Looks good in yellow gold. And all that needs is a quick polish on the shank. That's ready to go out. Here's the pretty little pinkish purple sapphire that we did first. You can't see the color very well in this camera, but it really pops against those diamonds. Okay. And here's the sapphire we just finished. Very brilliant blue. London blue, that's what I'm looking for. London blue. But it's not a topaz, this is a sapphire. It just has kind of that color character. Still a little wet from the steamer. But that turned out great. Okay, so the last thing we have not, or I didn't pull out, was the pendant. Let's let me get it out of the acetone here. Yeah, there we go. You can Whoop. You can see all that Thermalock came off really easily, and we're left with a little solitaire. From here I would just polish the prongs, polish the sides of the bail, and get it ready for plating. Alright. Well, that will do it for Drip Made Live episode 6. Thank you very much for joining me. If you tuned in and stuck around so long, I really do appreciate it. If you haven't already, drop a like on the video. It really does help. Makes it easier for other people to find my videos when they come up. So if you have any questions whatsoever about the pieces that I made today, or the pieces that I set today, you can contact me at whoops you can contact me at dml@jacksonfamilyjewels.com, and I can give you pricing and more information on the pieces themselves. You'll also find some pieces made there by my lovely wife, Lindsay. So those are under the Lindsay Ray Designs tab on my site. So check those out if you haven't already. But that will do it. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Like, subscribe, share it with your friends, do all the things. But for that, we're going to close it out. Thank you for joining us for Drip Made Live.